Alright. I've played a fair chunk off stream to level up some stuff. I'm very close to upgrading some weapons. And I found out that this was indeed the first game of this game studio. But they are still making games, actually. And some of them quite similar. One game I actually saw in specific that looked pretty awesome. I kind of like a colorful action RPG similar to this. So yeah, I've been leveling up this hammer a lot. Because I'll want to end up using this to upgrade my, I think this weapon as well, right? Yeah. Gonna be for when I upgrade that. Which I basically need like literally one mimic. Literally one. Because this gives me 39 and I need 40. So yeah. And I found a good spot to actually farm things. And I found out a whole new thing as well, that you can actually get like items by killing them with throwing items, which I never knew. I always sold any kind of throwing item. So like these things, the lightning gem, holy gem, stuff like that. I sold that, but if you use that to kill an enemy, it will drop like a thing. So I can get like a mimic from that, I think. Or like a couple mimics, I don't know. At the moment, I just... I would need to like replace that with another mimic, and if I level that up, that would work nicely. So I need to find a mimic firstly. Well, I mean, I'll probably find one eventually. But I did some other leveling up stuff. I forgot some things. Still have this thing. I haven't really been able to do that. I did use up my fighting stick, put that in the Mirage. And now I'm leveling this up. And I also got myself a, I don't have it here, a synth sphere with steel, which helps with farming stuff, but it's in my storage now, so I should sell this down the line. I also got this, which gives 10 holy, which I need for something. I believe also for my weapon, but yeah. We'll see later on, but yeah. I think I should just go back to the thingy of time, whatever it was called. Gallery of Time. And I know I'm not done with this game yet for a while. Because there's also a bonus dungeon that I want to play, but I'm just gonna do a lot of leveling before I get there, so I'll probably have to skip like a couple of sessions in this game. But this Gallery of Time is also pretty chunky, but yeah. If I'll see mimics, I'll try using throwing items, because that should give me like a mimic item thingy. Oh, did I not get any feathers? I don't think I've bought any feathers. Uh-oh, oh well. I'll buy after this. Guess we'll do a featherless thingy. Okay, let's first kill these plebs. Maybe I should actually use Tone, because I need some XP for him. You know, if we can get mimics, that would be actually nice. Potato cake, okay, free money. Oh, I'd love a feather as well. Okay, 2 in a row, never seen that before. I do have a key. I hope this will not wreck my... Oh, that does wreck, yeah, I thought so. Wait, unless I didn't see that, but I think it went down by... Yeah, it goes down by way too much. Not worth. Really cursed me. For the first time ever, I'm hoping for mimics and I'm not getting them. Typical. So how's my battery doing? Still charging. Holy crap. Wait, there's an enemy there. Oh, another one of these. Alright. Now there's a magic circle thingy there. You ass! Premium water. Alright, let's go get the feathers. Oops. How's my water? Yeah, plenty of water. Only 2. Quicker thirst. Okay. Mimic? Nope. Water, that's good. What is that? Oh, it's dead. Eat shit and die. Oh, now I get a feather. Thank you, game. I'm going the wrong way. Okay. Can I get a mimic? Nope. You asshole. Oh. The fuck? Mimic? Nope. Mimic? Yes! I don't know if I should kill him now, but... Nope, didn't work this time. It's a decent chance you get it, but got bad luck here. Maybe another mimic. But ah no. Critted him. Fuck. That's not good. For love of fuck. How did that not hit him? Oh, it did. Just exploded, I guess. What an annoying fucking enemy. What an asshole. How did I miss that enemy in that earlier room? God, I hate these fucks. Nope. So far, no luck. Hello there, Galactic. Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Kawabunga.
Wait, where's my steel sphere? Is it on my weapon still? What the hell? Did I break it? Where the hell did it go? This is fucking weird. What? No, it is here. Okay. I'm blind. Oh, that's a lot of chests. Antidote. Good. Alright, now I need to throw the thing. Hopefully I'll get it. Oh my god. That is such bad luck. You actually had the clock hands. Fuck my life. Okay, we got another mimic here, I'm good. Why is he constantly moving? Well, that was useless. Don't have any other throwing items, do I? Alright. I guess I'll have to get my hands on another one. I'll be back to get this dude later on. A big chest there. What the hell? Oh. Sadly, no throwables. God damn it, I need that. No guys. Dodging those attacks, but okay. Quickly gonna check the items over here as well. Stupid combo. At least I make some money from all the other items. As long as I consistently keep stealing items. Oh, those stamina drinks are good value. Good place to farm as well. I have to note that down. Why does this pleb not sell any throwables? Jeez. Let's note down whichever the 102 is where I could get the stamina drinks that are 150 worth in money. Oh. Gotta make sure I get my other repair meme. Thankfully there's health here. Thunder gem is good. I just need to find a mimic again. Oh, and I get a holy gem as well instantly. Oh god. What do we get from these? Do they not have anything? What? Hello, game? Oh, they've got nothing. Wow, I didn't know that. Okay. Wasting my freaking weapons then. Wow, I'm getting all the throwing items now. Okay, what about this plant? Also nothing, I think. Dark flower, let's look it up. Also nothing. Amazing. That's my work. Good thing they don't use their shields. The game is trolling me. First it gave me mimics, but no throwing items. Now it's giving me throwing items, but no mimics. No mimic. No, I've already been there. Why am I going there? Oh. How? I'll just sell some of these. So I can always buy some more repairs. Good. Uh, Game is trolling me. What do these guys give? Well, they're pretty weak to my bullets. Holy water. That was the wrong weapon I have equipped. What the hell? Alright. How am I not? Okay. Cool. For now, this should be good. I just really need to find a mimic. And just not have him carry the frickin' thing is. Oh, that's a lot of chests here. There's bound to be a mimic here, I hope. Let's first just go on a stealing run. Yo, blocking. It's got nothing. Feather broke. Yes! Alright, there's no way I'll fuck it up this time, right? Right, let me just double, triple check. Actually, no, I can't check that. Never mind. Oops. Bad luck. Finally! Holy shit, that took forever. That fucking took forever. Right. Yes. At Lamilia sword. Good. Very good. A cheese. Holy fuck. How the fuck is that missing? What do you mean? How many levels does this level have? I wonder. Oh, wrong one. Oopsie. Another clown. Nice, another magical hammer. Those are very good for training. Oh, he's angry. Bad luck. Broken sword. So far, so good. I really have to check out how many floors there are here. Let's see. Gallery of time. Dark cloud. Gallery of time. $25 floors. Okay, good to know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What is that fountain? Let's go down here first. What was that? Fish bait? Bad luck. I'm gonna drop Cool. Now we can re-equip our revive. How was I so slowed down? Oh my god. Oh, you ass. Alright. Let's wrap up this floor. Right. Sell some crap. This is really gonna help with making money. Making it a lot faster now. Alright. I just want to take my dog for a walk because my mother asked me to. Can I add music of the Elgato to the Be Right Back screen? Like if I can maybe... and put it like at the bottom. So that's not gonna be visible. Then I can be right back after take my dog for a walk. Alright, welcome back. Sorry for the break. How's my controller doing? We are fully charged. Right. Explore a little bit more. Do I have any throwing items? I forgot if I had. Doesn't seem like it. I wonder if these... I mean, considering their cards, I assume they take fire damage, but... Doesn't seem like it. I think like Holy works well against a lot of stuff, by the way. Oh my god, what an asshole. Wizard. Then I gotta... Oh no, wait, that was the crystal thing. Never mind. Yo, what the hell? Jeebus. These are a pain. They spam that frickin' magic attack. What the hell? How am I getting hit? Bruh. Are they like... They are weak to holy, okay. Very nice. Oh. I wonder when I unlock this thing where I need to build all this crap. Where do I put all this crap? In edit mode, engine not here. How do I even get anywhere else? There's like no staircases, nothing. Super weird. Kinda wanna upgrade this hammer more. Which I did note how much crap I need, I believe. There we go. Well, I don't think it's accurate though. Not sure if my calculation is alright here. Because if my target level would be 30, that would mean I'd need 10 gems. Not 9. So it doesn't add up. Shouldn't it be divided by 3? I'm not sure here with the calculation of mine. Hold on, let's test it out here. From level 1, yeah, that's not right. I think it should be divided by 3, right? Except it's not, because I'd still need target level 5, which would be 2. Yeah, that's not correct either. Maybe it is correct then, divided by 2. Oh hey Slayer. How you doing, man? Just calculating some Excel stuff at the same time. For like my leveling up strategies. More arc, nice. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a decent chance I'm gonna start playing Terminator soon. Not because I've completed this game yet. I mean, I'm close to the end, but I'm gonna need to do a lot of off-stream grinding at some point that I won't be streaming, so I'll have to basically take a break from this game on stream, which will probably mean I'll play Terminator instead. Not sure if that'll happen tomorrow or the day after, but... 55 divided. Oh crap, not divided. 55 minus 37. 18 levels. Okay. I think I see the problem here. Wait. No, 6 times 9. No, crap. 9 times 3. No, that's also not right. Calculations are fucking with my mind. No, I think I need to do the target level. That's the number I need to divide by 3. Right, so that would be equals, hold on, I gotta show this potentially on fucking, oh, that's the wrong freaking screen. Right, I can like do it on the other screen, hold on, let me just move my thing. Here. So here's all my calculations bull crap. And there's a lot of numbers and shit with calculations, but I had the wrong thing. I looked at the thing. Yeah, this is all just so I can like oh, you like stuff like this? Oh, good. Yeah, this is what I made. Hold on, I probably need to move my camera so I can show it all. Oops. Let's move my camera if I can, so I can... Alright. Yeah, so these are like the stats from the game. And these are like my different characters and like for leveling up stuff. So I need to note a lot of crap down. But this calculation I have in this whole section, because the gray stuff is marked that will calculate automatically. So for example, right, if I change numbers here, then these will change. So for example, if I say my fire level is 10 and I need a level 80, then it's gonna tell me that I need how much stuff I need. It has to do with like you get like if you turn a weapon into a gem, you keep 60%. So like from level 10 to level 80, that's 70 levels, and that means 60% of level 116.6, it will be 70 levels. So, but the problem is the amount of gems, I had the wrong calculation there, because my calculation was the difference in levels here divided by 2, but that's actually not correct. It should be the target level divided by 3 actually. So it should be equals F5 in this case, and then divided by 3, I'm sure. Because yeah, 10 gems would be 30 levels, so I need to now copy this calculation and basically move that around, and then copy that around to fix all the calculations here. Oh crap, it's not. Hold on. Yeah, here it's correct. These are supposed to be 0, so obviously round it up at any times. Oh crap, I fucked it up actually. Hold on. I need to only apply it to the gems. Alright. Not at the level mark thing. Only the left one. I need to get the formula over there, and you can see that I'm getting a lot of better numbers. But yeah, this is, you know, I do like to nerd out over things like this if I'm min-maxing in a game. No, actually it instantly changes the formula to the corresponding spots. So you will see now, like, yes, here it's gonna be F5 divided by 3, but here automatically already changed to F6, F7, F8. That's a very good thing about Google Docs. It automatically just applies the same formula but changes the location, so that's very nice. And here there's my total needs of gems. So like I know I need a total of 71 fire gems. Well, actually it's all rounded up, right? Because the rounding is because all because of freaking 60%. Everything is based on 60%. Kind of, because I can show you in the game. I hide this and go back in the game. But yeah, hold on. Gotta go back to my game. So you can level up weapons and put like they have 3 sockets, right? So if I put this thunder gem in, I'm gonna gain 3 thunder. And if I level up my weapon, this thunder is gonna get absorbed by the weapon. Yeah, I mean, if I enjoy the game enough, I will love nerding out about it. So if I level up the weapon, the thunder gets absorbed, right? So say we have 3 anti-mage, these are mage slayers. So plus 3 mage, and plus 3 mage. So that's plus 9 levels, you can see. But eventually, like if I keep leveling up this weapon, right, it's gonna be at Lamelia's sword plus 1, plus 2, plus 3. Every level, the XP need is gonna increase, so that's not gonna be good. What you wanna do instead is get a different weapon temporarily. Like, for example, what I have here with my magical hammer plus 18. This is not a main weapon, this is a fodder weapon, as I like to call it. I've been feeding this weapon, as you can see, a lot of holy damage. It's maxed out to 99. It's got a lot of other elements. I've been giving it anti-dragon as well. And down the line, I will do status break. Any level 5+ weapon can do status break. What does status break do? it will turn the weapon into a gem, and it will retain 60% of the power. So all these stats you see here at the bottom, 60% of all these stats will get turned into basically a gem, which is basically what you see here. This used to be a weapon. This used to be a slingshot, a level 5 slingshot that had the steel ability. And you can see that my weapon gains a lot of stats from attaching this slingshot. But the main reason was so I can get the steel ability. And then you can level this weapon up and it will absorb that weapon, basically. So that's why the 60% is important. So eventually, the thing is that this hammer, right, I'm gonna keep leveling up stuff on this. And then all of that, when it's like a lot of high level, I will turn it into a synth sphere. And 60% of that will all I'll carry over. And I'll eventually put this on my main sword here, which will level up a lot of stats. So that's why I made the whole list, because it's a lot of maths. And yeah. So I can see what my target levels are for my next weapon, because you can also upgrade weapons. Yeah, basically, yeah, because it means my main sword will be leveled up less often, which means that the XP gain is not as high. However, you can also upgrade weapons and build them up to a different weapon. So basically like an evolution. Think about like a Pokemon evolution, right? After you reach certain stats with a weapon, it will be able to evolve into a different weapon. This is like the second last weapon before like the second best weapon. So like a good example is like the magical hammer actually turns into the Last Judgment. So if I have magical there's two different ones. Sometimes they evolve into two different kinds of weapons. But like here it says I need to upgrade my wind and anti-rock and anti-mimic. Or for this weapon, my attack and mana needs to go up. Wind, undead, and mimic, and anti-metal as well. And then once I reach those stats, it will evolve basically into another weapon like this one. And the levels will reset, meaning, I mean, all the stats will remain the same, they will carry over, but basically the plus number was reset, so the XP requirement will be reset, so it'll be easy to level up again. So, yeah, I just really want to evolve this sword again. So that's why I'm like farming, I'm basically leveling up this sword, this hammer, so I can level up the sword. And for that I need a lot of gems, and there's a lot of sneaky things I need to do for that, that I will show you. So the main thing you'd want to do is level up, right? Now how do we do that? We need these elementals, as this whole page is just elementals. And the other page, this is enemy type. Anti-dragon, undead, marine, rock, plant, mage, mimic, metal, sky, and beast. So these things are all worth 300 money. Now you could buy them, but it's gonna cost you a lot of money. I do buy them. There's also these special gems. These are worth a lot more. They give you multiple stats. So for example, I can see what this will give me. This will give me plus 10 plant, plus 10 anti-beast, and probably also holy, but it doesn't give me any more because I have it maxed out. I'm not sure. I'd have to check on a different weapon. So if we check on a different weapon, we can see if it gives me holy. Yeah, it gives me 10 holy, and it also ups my attack as well. So these are very rare. These give multiple stat boosts. These are very good. And you definitely want to use them on your main weapon, because obviously if you use them on a fodder weapon, you'll only carry over 60%, so you'll be wasting that a bit. But yeah, you can buy these, but they're pretty expensive, and you cannot get the anti-mimics. The anti-mimic and anti-metal, you can actually not buy those. But instead, I'm gonna show you a sneaky trick, or some sneaky tricks. This is the second last dungeon of the game, by the way, which has 25 levels. The last dungeon is actually a bonus dungeon, which has 100 levels. But we're getting through the dungeons as well. Right, so I mentioned earlier that I had a steal ability. That's because I got this slingshot that naturally comes with a steal ability. Right, I can carry this steal ability over to anything. It's the machine gun I put it on because the machine gun fires fast. That's gonna be important. So most enemies, like this enemy, they have a stealable item. So because my weapon has the steal ability, I can shoot him. This weapon is weak on purpose because I don't want to kill him. I want to get as many procs on him. And there we go. We stole antidote drink from him. I can only steal one item per enemy when they're alive. So one antidote drink, which I will be able to sell for profit. But that's not all of it yet. We actually need special throwable weapons, which in this case we don't get a throwable weapon, but that's fine. As long as we keep stealing items, we're still gonna get more profits, right? That's pretty important at first. But there's a funny mechanic. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Ice gem. That's perfect. So ice gem is a usable weapon that we can throw at an enemy and do damage. So I'm gonna show you after I steal this enemy's weapon. So first we're gonna steal not his weapon, we're gonna steal his item, whatever it might be. They have a set item, it's gonna be like, I don't know, something I have a lot of. If he drops it. Sometimes you get unlucky, so I need to repair my machine gun. Alright, we got pretty unlucky with this one. He didn't want to drop. Usually most enemies drop an item pretty quickly, but okay, this time we didn't. We're just gonna hammer this button to open the door. Bonk. So we're gonna go back to this guy. No enemies in this room, interesting. Wind gem, that's good. That's another throwable item, but with the wind element rather than ice. Crystal, that allows us to see everything, all the items and enemies on the map. Use that to open that. Alright, so now comes a trick. Oh, nice, another wind gem. So first we want to steal his item, hopefully. Alright, we got his item, premium water, good. Right, now we want to get this guy to low health. You can do this with any enemy. Basically, if you kill him with a throwing item, like this, there's a very high chance, sadly they didn't, but there's like a high chance that they basically drop a gem, either a elemental gem or like an anti-enemy damage gem. Not 100%, but it's pretty high. Like I think probably like 80% or something. I don't know. So that's basically what we're doing as we're playing the game. Steal items and try to make kills. Freaking lich. Ooh, that sneaky lich is actually teleporting around the place. Revival powder, nice. So at first my focus is not really on killing everything. I mostly just want to steal everything. So I just go around stealing shit at first. Alright, weapon is getting damaged. Repair that. Ow! There we go. Antidote drink. But it just shows you how many like interesting and deep mechanics this game has. Like, this game is so much more in-depth. I wouldn't say complicated, like it's pretty easy to learn. But you know, it's just stuff you can learn. Like, there's just cool things like this. And that's what makes me excited. Yeah, like, the devs actually cared, like, hey, making a cool system here. There we go. I'm just trying to maximize profit by stealing shit. So you can see how many times I do damage. Every time is like a slight chance I'll steal. So obviously if my weapons do a lot of damage, it's not gonna be ideal. Because I'll insta-kill them most of the time, or kill them in like 2 blows or whatever. See, now I'm getting like fast drops. But this will all like help me with getting profits in the long term. Because I'm using a lot of repair powders because the machine gun does get damaged quickly, but we're making profits because all these items are worth money. And some of them I'll use, some of them I'll sell. Right, so now I've gone through most of the dungeon. I also have Xiao with the slingshot. Her slingshot actually has the big bucks ability. Basically, any kills I make with her, with this slingshot, there's a higher chance, if the enemy drops money, that the amount of money they drop will be increased. So that's good. So she will be the main damage dealer, and if I happen to get them wounded enough, you know, I will just use a wind gem and try to get the kill on them, like that. And boom, there we go, we got something. Speed plus 2 gem. Alright, we're gonna sell that. That's fine. Those are the only gems that are not really good. Why are they not good? They give plus 2 speed if I put them in a weapon. But that's just not worth it, because like almost any weapon really, like you just look, like you have an unlimited supply of most weapons. Let's say the slingshot, the wooden slingshot, you have unlimited of these that you can turn into gems, and the base speed is 40, and it's gonna be 45 when you level it up to level 5. So like at any time you can get 60% of 45, which is a lot more than this shitty plus 2 speed. So you never want to use these, like plus 1, 2, 3 speed, attack, and mana. They are useless. Just sell them for profits. But we got another wind element here. That's the rest. So if we get a low health enemy, we'll just use that. Like so. They survived. They weren't low health enough. I was being greedy. I should have not gone for that yet. Oh well, that's fine. It still dropped extra money, so. Hold on, I need some water. Another thing, my throat is drying out. But I am still progressing through the main game now. But off stream I definitely do like I'm going back to specific dungeons that I've already beaten. Which will have enemies that have very high XP gain. And with that, you know, that's how I got that's how I got this level plus 18 hammer, right? Which has like a lot of high stats, which I will all be using to basically pump up my main sword. And I'll do the same thing with all the main weapons. I mean, I already have Super Steve here, which is not the best. I kind of keep Super Steve around because it's a meme weapon. And then here we have the Last Judgment, which is almost like it's also pretty close to evolving, basically. Crystal Ring I also kind of need to upgrade. And then here we got the Mirage, and we're gonna basically be using like this to put into that, and the Javelin, and we have another here, and we also have the Snail here, which is something that'll need to be evolving down the line. So there's a lot of work to be done. If I like, you don't have to do this. Oh, my feather broke. You don't have to do this. It's optional. I just want to min-max, so you know, that's what excites me, and I'm like going in depth on the game mechanics, which I love. Freaking drowning myself. No, Dark Souls is a bit different. Dark Souls also is pretty fun though, but a lot simpler, I'd say, but still fun. Yeah. So how Dark Souls works is, oh boy. I mean, it's not super simple. It's still in depth in its own way. So you can level up weapons using specific stuff. I mean, let's start with the weapon bonuses. So, like, you have a lot of different weapons in Dark Souls, and they are stat dependent in different ways. So, for example, you have stat limitations, like you need, let's just say a random number. You need 30 strength to carry this weapon, or maybe it's like you need 20 strength and 10 dexterity to carry that weapon, for example. So that's the first limitation, that you need to have a certain level to carry weapons. But not only that, you've also got stat bonus applies. So for example, you've got the base damage of the weapon, right? But then, for example, it will say strength rank A, or strength rank B, or C, or D, or S even. That all means basically, the higher that letter is, the higher that stat will influence that weapon's bonus damage. So for example, if you have a character that has super high strength, you want to use a weapon that has strength S, because that means that strength S, you're going to get a lot of bonus damage because you have high strength. Whilst at the same time, strength A is also pretty good. Not as good as S, but if it's like strength D, then you're only going to get a small bonus from strength. And, a lot of weapons have different combinations. Maybe, it'll be like strength S and dexterity C. Or, strength B, dexterity A, something like that. Some might only have one, some might not have any at all. But then there's also magical weapons that will have, like, magic S and A and B. No, that's permanent bonus damage. Criticals is a whole separate thing. And, you can upgrade weapons in different ways. So you can do the base upgrade. If you want to go purely based on your strength and dexterity stats, just go for like based upgrading. So you will use like Titanite shards. You have Titanite shards, chunks, slabs. Basically Titanite, which you will use to upgrade. Titanite and souls you will pay at the blacksmith. Yes, up to a max, I think plus 10 max. And the letters can also go up at times. So maybe you have like like at level 1 it might be an A, but then at level 10 it might turn into an S. But that's just one route. That's just if you want a base weapon upgrade. Base just let's say longsword plus 10. But yes, you can combine with elements. You can infuse your weapon for, let's say, there's different elements with fire or electricity or whatnot. But there's a benefit but also a loss from that, because you will basically lose the strength bonus or the dexterity bonus. I'm not sure if, I don't remember if they go down, if they go away entirely or they just get worse. But, you know, to compensate for that, you get bonus fire damage. Yes, you can still level up the infused weapons. So you can have like a fire sword +5 or something like that. Hey there, Natulus. Welcome. But if you have like an infused weapon like a fire sword, it will cost a different material, so you will not be using Titanite. You will be using like a different thing. And for example, you can also have a magic infused weapon, and for example, you will not need a lot of strength or dex, but having a high magic level will therefore raise the attack. And then you also have like bleed damage, which is like, you know, causing a bleed proc so that they will get damage over time. And all of that, of course, plays into different enemies that have different strengths and weaknesses. Which, if you really want to min-max, you want to look at the wiki and see what every enemy's weaknesses are, of course. I personally prefer to just play and find out myself, but yeah, you know, sometimes if I struggle, I might look up a weakness. So yeah, that system is pretty fun. Dark Souls 2 also introduces a dual wield system. You love bleed and poison effects. Yeah, poison you can also do. Some weapons come with their poison or bleed naturally, but you can infuse basically any weapon to get extra bleed. But again, you will lose some other stats. There's never like a best weapon in Dark Souls. It's always gonna be like, you know, if you want to get bleed bold on your weapon, you're gonna have to sacrifice some other stats when you're infusing. How come I'm still streaming late? Because I've spent some time on stream talking to my coach, and I had to take my dog out for a walk, and I feel like I need to get like at least a 6-hour stream done. So yeah. That's why I'm streaming a bit extra. In Kingdom Come, you have a perk. The more damage your sword is, the more chance it gets automatically do poison damage. Nice. Yeah, like in Dark Souls, you cannot combine different things unless you dual wield, you know? Like, you could be a meanie and dual wield. At least from Dark Souls 2 you can. In Dark Souls 1 you cannot dual wield weapons, but in 2 you can. And you can, like, in your right hand you can have a poison weapon, and in your left hand you can have a bleed weapon. You could do that. However, it will take like dual wielding weapons in Dark Souls 2 increases your stat requirement. So it's like, say, it'll be multiplied by 1.5 times. So for example, you know, just to make it easy, if your highest weapon when dual wielding, because it only takes into account the highest required weapon. So let's say your highest required weapon is level 10 strength requirement. It means you're gonna have to have 15 strength in order to dual wield that weapon. And even though I kind of hate Dark Souls 2 in a lot of ways, you know, in regards to stupid hitboxes and shit, and other broken crap, I do like the dual wielding ability they added. I didn't really do much of it on stream, but I did, you know, afterwards try it out. It's pretty cool. Especially memes if you have like 2 giant hammers. Oh, a new enemy. Let's see what item he gives. Ice gem, I suspected. Can make someone literally stop moving, causes bleed and poison. Yeah, exactly. Like, it is fun to play around with effects like that. Just Dark Souls doesn't let you combine multiple stats per weapon. Like, again, the only way if you want to combine it is if you are, if you're dual wielding. So yeah, if you want to like combine poison and bleed, you would have to dual wield one weapon with poison, one with bleed. And then you can like do a double smash where you hit the enemy with both weapons at the same time. This weapon doesn't have as many effects. This game, I mean. The only effects you do have are like, you know, like the steal ability and the extra money ability. And you know, the elements are all just to do bonus damage that you can switch on the fly. So like on my sword here, I can change whatever I want, right? So I can change to fire, ice, thunder, wind, or holy. And it'll do bonus damage depending on the weakness of the enemy. I one day have to also get into Kingdom Come. I hear good things about it. There's a lot of good RPGs. Fun fact, the devs of this game, this is their first video game. I forgot what the studio was called. That's my email. I don't want to open my email. Dark Cloud. What were they called again? Level 5. The dev team is called. They're a private company. HQ in Fukuoka. I don't know, I probably butchered that. In Japan, they're a Japanese company. And as of 2020, they've got about 300 employees. And yeah, list of games. This was their first video game. And I'm so impressed because, you know, when I'm gonna be, you know, harsh, there are definitely some quality of life things that are missing. Like, you can see that this is, in my opinion, a passion project with a low budget. Because it was their first game. Low budget, but a lot of creativity and a lot of cool ideas. I've seen the occasional spelling errors in this game. There's the occasional quality of life issues and stuff, but so they made Dark Chronicle afterwards. They actually made Dragon Quest VIII, Rogue Galaxy, Jeanne d'Arc on the PSP, some other things, White Knight Chronicle on PS3, never heard of that. But these are games, like, I'm curious to look them up. What else? Time Travelers. There's a lot of different games I don't really know. But one game that's newer, that looks very fun and colorful, is well, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's called like Ni no Kuni 2 Revenant Kingdom. It's also on Steam. The first one is like a turn-based game, but the second one looks like very, in some ways, similar to this. Action RPG. It is very colorful and pretty. I wishlisted it because it looks fun. I want to like really like dive in, like, because of this game, I want to dive into like the later games these devs made because I'm curious. Because yeah, I love it when a studio is like coming up with creative ideas. Let's throw an ice gem and enemy if I can, like this one, like this pleb. Should get schwacked. And sadly he didn't drop anything, that's fine. Oh well. I just love it when games keep you busy with good game mechanics. You know, I think so. I mean, again, not saying every game ever should have in-depth game mechanics, right? Something like the Lego games or super casual, simple games that, you know, are absolutely fine for what they are. But I just, you know, when I'm just fascinated by certain game mechanics, I just want to like engage with it. It just keeps me busy and it's fun. I just love the idea of like, hey, I'm using my old weapons to upgrade my newer weapons. I'm turning my weapon into a socket item, basically. Like, that's so cool. Has any other game ever done that? These don't drop anything. Has any game ever done that? Where it's like, you turn your weapon into a gem so that you socket it into your new weapon. So that, like, how many games have you had, you know, where you level up weapon A? Oh. You level up weapon A, right? You spend all those resources and time leveling up weapon A, and then later on you find a new weapon and it's like, oh, well, this one's better. I wasted all the time and resources leveling up the other weapon earlier. Well, in this game, it's like, you know, you can still carry over 60% to your other weapon. That's so cool. It creates such a fun gameplay loop as well. Oh. Septerra Core. Is that on Steam? I've never heard of that before. Septerra Core. Oh, I own Septerra Core apparently. I own it on Steam. I don't know when I bought it. Maybe I got it in a bundle. It definitely looks a bit older. Oh, is it top down? Am I seeing this correct? Maybe you gift it. Maybe. But you know what's also so important? Everything has purpose. That's like such a thing I hammer down to in video games. Things need to have purpose in video games, in my opinion. Let's say you have a video game. Let's say a racing game, right? And this is like a very big criticism of me on racing games, right? Let's say you have a racing game or a shooting game, it doesn't matter. And that racing game has 10,000 different cars you can drive. Or the FPS game has 10,000 different guns. But it's like, are you going to be using all those guns or all those cars in the game? Do they all have purpose? Or do like 99% of them get ignored because you're just gonna use the best thing? That's the big question. Now, a game like Gran Turismo, right? That has like 1,000 cars, but most of those cars you're gonna use. So like, let's say you have a very shitty slow van in Gran Turismo that you would never use normally. So then why is it in the game? Well, solution to that is they're gonna make a special event where you can only use vans. Boom, the van has purpose because you need to use it in order to finish the event where you can only drive with vans, right? That's such a simple concept, giving something purpose. Doom Eternal does this amazing with their guns. Every gun has its purpose. You can't just use only the SSG, only the rocket launcher, only one weapon the whole game. You have to switch your weapons around. Because a lot of weapons, you know, they all have purpose. They will be more effective against some enemies than others. Think about like a Pokemon card deck or a Yu-Gi-Oh card deck. Every freaking card in your deck, you want it to be useful, right? You don't want to put cards in your deck that are not useful at all. That's useless. So what does this game do with its weapons? It makes everything useful. I get a shitty weapon, right? Like any other game, right? Any other game. Here's me, Chad STRONKI, right? I'm fucking walking around with this ultra sword here. Like, probably third best sword in the game. And I get a new weapon. Let's say I open a chest, right? And I get like another weapon that's like lower tier. Well, it has purpose, because I can use it to make my new weapon powerful. Like this, Mirage is the best weapon I have here for Ungaga. But I have a Javelin and 2 of the Sangas. I can use all of these weapons have purpose. They're not useless trash. In any other game, I'd be like, well, I can throw it away or just sell it, lol, because I already have a better weapon. But in this game, it's like you could level these up. You level these weapons up, they have purpose, and then you turn them into a synth sphere and make your main weapon more powerful. It's genius! It is so good. Giving every weapon purpose. God, I love it when games do that. Armor classes. You can choose a high tier gun with the right ammo to pen class 6, but not every gun needs to be used for the lower class armor base, especially power price ratio. Instead of using 5-6. Yeah, exactly. Give things purpose. Everything, you know, like if you have a game and something's not gonna be used, it's just a waste of development. Even with World of Tanks, right? I'm pretty happy they added Marks of Excellence to that game, because at least every game, like, if you care about Marks of Excellence in World of Tanks, then every tank has purpose of being a tank that you can earn Marks of Excellence on as a goal to set. It's why I hate the Crew 2. The Crew 2 is such a shit game, because the cars don't have purpose. Like, the Crew 2 is like the definition of quantity over quality. Oh, look, another magical hammer. Fuck yeah, these are great. These are worse than my current hammer, but they're fucking amazing for leveling up. You know why? Look, sure, they're not as good as my Last Judgment, because my Last Judgment fucking racks. But look how many of these magical hammers are. Look at the base stats. I'm getting 30 fire, 20 ice, 15 thunder, 30 holy, 18 mimic, and 20 anti-mage. See how many good stats these are? Even just by 60% of that, if I can carry that over to like my hammer here, it's gonna level it up so much already. Holy crap, that's great. It's like, oh, I get a worse hammer, but it's still a fucking good hammer, and I'm gonna make fucking great use of it. Hell yeah. Yeah, back to ranting about the Crew 2. Fuck that game, because quantity over quality. It's like, oh, well, we're gonna keep adding new cars to the game. Well, what use is it to add new cars if literally all your performance parts you can put on any car at any time? It costs nothing. How should I explain it? Oh, true, Super Steve, yes. I forgot to tell you, I have Super Steve, yes. He's got yellow hair and I think blue eyes, so I think he actually went Super Saiyan. So yeah, Super Steve has been made. Yeah, I think I made him yesterday or the day before. I forgot. He's not the best slingshot in the game, but for the sake of memes, I'm using him. And he gives me big bucks. So, the Crew 2 does something so insanely stupid. Right? How do I explain it? You know Diablo, right? You know Diablo. And now think of Diablo. Think of Diablo as if instead of your character leveling up, you can only level up your gear, right? So you can't level up your character, but like just imagine. So you can't level up your character, but you can level up your gear. So you've got a helmet, you can level that up to like max level 50 or 100. Let's say 100 for easy sake. You've got a chest plate, you can upgrade that to level 100. You got a sword, a shield, boots, pants, a necklace, a ring, all those things, right? For complete loadout, every individual weapon, you can level up to level 100. And now imagine every single class in the game uses that same equipment, and you can just swap it whenever you want. No, like, I'm talking about the class's purpose here. Every class can equip all those weapons. So, alright, you're a warrior with all your level 100 equipment, right? Sword, shield, helmet, all that stuff. Level 100 full. Alright, you're gonna make a mage now. Alright, unequip with your warrior, put it all in your mage. Boom, your mage is now level 100. Congratulations. Now, the point I'm making is, now you're, without grinding, you're instantly level 100 mage. Oh, let's unequip all the armor and weapons off my mage, and now we're gonna put it on my necromancer. Boom, now he's instantly level 100. That's how the Crew 2 works, but with cars. The Crew 2, basically, the performance of your car all depends on your engine parts. So you have like your main engine block, you've got like your exhaust, your tires. They all work like that, like levels. But once you have a max level set, you basically unequip it from one car and put it on another car. Boom, your car is instantly max level. You know how unsatisfying that is, and how 99% of vehicles have no purpose in that game? Because why would you, like, firstly, there are no events in the game that force you to use something. And even if it did, like, let's say there is a race. I think every now and then there's like a race where it says, oh, you have to use this Lamborghini Murcielago. Alright, in any other racing game, you would buy a Lamborghini Murcielago and you would have to upgrade it. Spend time upgrading it, like a Need for Speed, alright? You would get a new car, or in Gran Turismo, you would get a new car. You'd have to spend money to upgrade it, actually put in effort. In the Crew 2, it's like, lol, alright, unequip all my engine parts, equip it on the Lambo, boom, my Lambo is instantly max level. It's so dumb. And again, 99% of the races, you can use any vehicle you want. So why would you use anything else than the best vehicle? Why would you use any equipment? Why would you use any car that is not like the best meta car? That's why I hate the Crew 2. The Crew 1 was fun though. You know why? In the Crew 1 you actually had to earn your levels and you could not swap them between vehicles. You could still buy them, but they would get very high, very expensive. That would not be worth buying. While basically doing races and doing challenges with your car, you would constantly level up your car. Your car would have like a level. And it's like, wow, your engine, your tires just leveled up by like 1 level again. You would keep leveling up until you max out your car. You would have to put in effort, right? Drive your Lambo. Oh, you have to like spend maybe a couple hours driving your Lambo to level it up. That's satisfying because it has purpose when you eventually have that race where you need to use that Lambo. It's like, oh, good thing I spent all that time leveling up my Lambo. And the Crew is like, lol, no, unequip, equip, like... It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb. I was... Yeah, like you say, you know, one size fits all. Even bikes. It even works with bikes. All your engine parts from your cars go onto SUVs, sports cars, exotics, and even bikes. God, I hate the Crew 2. And again, in the Crew 1 it was better, because you at least had to play the vehicle to level it up. I really hate the Crew 2. Fuck that game. Unless you just want to casually drive some cars around, you know, by all means, there's a lot of variety there. But if you care more about, like, taking the game a bit more serious and doing some more min-maxing and stuff, stay away from that. You're gonna hate it. Yeah. There were a lot of crybabies who were crying that the Crew 1 was too grindy. Even though it wasn't. Some people said everything was too expensive. I literally never spent any money on the microtransactions because there was a premium currency. Firstly, you could earn the premium currency for free super easily by just doing like the daily AFK mission thing. Basically, you send like drivers of like made up drivers to like a race, and then after X amount of hours you would get currency. I had spent 0 extra money on those microtransactions because they were not necessary. They didn't influence the balance. I bought every single car in the game. I had every single vehicle in my garage. Every single one. And I never spent anything on microtransactions. And now, look at the Crew 2. They've got season pass bullshit. And all the cars feel so much more grindier to get any money to buy a car. Yeah, absolutely. It's sad that, you know, crybabies ruin some games. Because, you know, I have nothing against casual games, personally, and casual gamers, but if you're gonna ruin the game experience, like, be invasive, right? That's not good, like, when they're, like, demanding change from something else, you know, to fit their style. Like, if there's a game and I don't like it, if it's not for me, I'm not gonna cry that they should make the sequel more for me. I'm just gonna let people enjoy it who enjoy it. It's just toxic and invasive to, like, demand a game to cater to you. I mean, even, like, I think it's in the end up to the developers if they want to add a difficulty mode or not, but you also have to, like, I think... I understand the argument when people say, well, difficulty options can always be optional, right? You can keep your hard mode. Like, a lot of people are advocating for an easy mode in Dark Souls, because they will say, well, it's not going to impact you, you can still keep playing on hard mode. Very good argument, but there's a very big but. A big benefit on why Dark Souls games are so popular is because a lot of people talk about it. It's like a living community. And why is that? It's because people are having a tough time in the game, and that's what makes them communicate with each other. People are struggling with a boss, and then they're like, oh, you know, I'm gonna talk to other players and ask for tips, ask for help. That's the stuff that keeps the community alive. The engagement that the whole community has talking about this game that's giving them a hard time. If the game had an easy mode and half the community would play on easy, you know, all right to them in fairness, but then the community would not be nearly as alive, and it would, like, destroy a lot of the strength of the game. So, like, you know, I'm not necessarily against, like, an easy mode. Like, it's like, if they want to do that, you know, fine. But it's like also that Dark Souls games are very, like, handcrafted in a specific way. The devs want the player to experience everything in a very specific way as well. So and you know, it would also stop me. Here's also another example, right? Say I play on hard, right? Say I play on hard, and I'm struggling with a certain boss. Maybe, you know, maybe then I'll start getting the urge to just go on easy mode and be like, you know, get over it. You know, like, alright, you know, I'll give up with this boss and then I'll go to easy mode. But if there's no easy mode, I'm kind of like forced to get good, right? And I'm personally in a way like that, because it motivates me more to get better. Because I'm not like, oh, I'm struggling with this boss, maybe I should go to easy mode. Oh, this boss is so hard, maybe I should be easy mode. That's not motivating. But if it's the only mode, it's like, oh crap, I'm struggling with this boss, there's no easy mode. I have no other option than to get good and improve. Maybe look up some tips, right? Like, sure, maybe it sounds nasty that you're getting forced to get good, but in a way, you know, it is like, you know, it is gonna help you down the line. It's gonna motivate you more. It's gonna force you to engage with the system and the game more. You know, in the end, if you don't like Dark Souls, if Dark Souls is too hard, then don't play it, is my opinion. Either get good or don't play it. Don't, like... I'm not gonna play Lego Star Wars and complain it's too easy. I love I love the Lego games, but I don't play them for a challenge. I play them because they're fun. They're fun and silly. I'm not playing them for a challenge. That same way you shouldn't play Dark Souls for a casual experience. And then don't even get me started to like other balancing hell. Again, Dark Souls is very finely balanced. A lot of the difficulty comes in its design of the enemies. How do you want to make that easier? Is people's definition of an easy mode just you take 50% less damage or something? Like, because that would probably be a very shitty easy mode if it's like, oh, you take 50% less damage. But you're still gonna struggle with the same bosses, you're just gonna take less damage. You're still gonna have to struggle as much with avoiding the attacks and learning enemy patterns and the platforming. Like Dark Souls, it's very hard to actually like find a way to make it easier. You'd have to like make the AI easier. You have to give the enemy entirely different attack patterns probably that are easier to dodge. Right? That's what I'm thinking of. Or, you know, another thing, that's also gonna put in extra development time, right? Implementing an easy mode, that's gonna make the game worse, because they only have a set amount of budget and time they can pour into the game, right? So if a part of that has to be sacrificed, you know, in order to recode new AI and stuff, then, you know, just for the sake of having an easier mode, the game's gonna end up becoming a worse game. Because everything comes at a sacrifice if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna allocate more time and resources on that. So again, like, I think, you know, in the end, it's up to the developers. It's their fucking choice, right? But I do think, like, making the argument that some people make that saying, oh, well, there's no counter-argument, it's just always better to have an easy mode. It's like, no, it's not as simple as that. And if people really think making, like, if people genuinely think putting an easy mode in Dark Souls is as easy as just reducing the amount of damage you get, then they have no clue about like how in-depth Dark Souls is. And on top of that, there is technically, right? Technically, you could already play it in easy mode. You know, if you play like a mage, you're gonna have a lot fucking easier time in Dark Souls. You kind of choose like how easy and hard you want to make it on yourself by how you play. And how you allocate your stats. If you're gonna go full mage mode, you're gonna have such an easy time. You're gonna have a hard time if you play like pure melee build, which I enjoy doing. And there's also other ways like to get easier to make Dark Souls easier. Like for example, farming XP, farming souls. If you just go somewhere to farm souls, spend some extra time grinding, all of a sudden you're gonna be over leveled and you're also gonna take less damage from the boss. It's gonna take some more time. Yeah, like, you know, like you can make Dark Souls as easy or hard as you want. You just have to put a little bit of effort into like changing how you play. But again, like these casual players that are begging for an easy mode, they do not realize that they technically already have these options. They just don't want to put in the effort, which I think is dumb. You know, that just showed like, oh, they don't want to even put in effort to playing a game. And sure, I'm not saying every game should be super effort, but that's the thing. Dark Souls is designed in a way that you kind of have to put in effort. That's how it's designed. So it's like, well, you know, if you just want to play a game where you can just turn your brain off, then play something else. Play something that's designed in a more simple way. Like a more, you know, like something like Assassin's Creed or... Oh, Assassin's Creed actually doesn't have difficulty modes, but just it isn't even that hard though. But there's so many games out there, right? There's so many games that exist. Why try to change something if something's not for you? We have thousands and thousands of games. Just play something you enjoy. Don't whine about something not being for you. I don't know. If I don't like something, I just don't play it. It's the same with, like, I actually talked about it with Light today, which was such a great oxymoron. Basically, think about music, right? Think about music genres. What's the most popular music that the most people listen to? That's pop music, right? Most people listen to pop music. So, how would you please, if you wanted to please most people in the world, purely by numbers, you would need to play pop music for them, right? But ironically enough, the more variety in music you give, the less people you're gonna please. So, for example, if I want to have more variety, I don't want pop music in my game or in my party. I want to have metal and rap music and electronic music, right? It's very specific things. That's more variety I'm adding, but I'm gonna please less people. Which it's kind of like an oxymoron. I'm trying to give more variety, but because it's not pop music, it's not gonna satisfy as many people, funnily enough. It's such funny logic. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing, right? People like niche things. I like niche things. But not every niche thing has to be for everyone, because then it stops being a niche thing, right? Like, I like having, you know, maybe a certain game because it's a complicated game. Right? I might like a certain game because it's complicated. Well, in comes a casual pleb who will be like, well, I want to enjoy this game, so make it less complicated. Alright, but now it's not enjoyable for me anymore. They've made it enjoyable for the average person because it's accessible now. But I'm not gonna enjoy it anymore. Is that fair? In an industry where we already have so many generic things, in my opinion, you should just leave the niche things alone. Because you're just like you're just being invasive to people who are just enjoying a niche thing. Just to make it appeal to a larger crowd. I'm all about like accessibility, but I think there's definitely a line that should be drawn where, you know, people shouldn't be like ruining it for someone else. Because that's just fucked up. Because whenever, like, you know, there's the typical thing, whenever I criticize casuals, people get super defensive. It's like, I don't have a problem with people who enjoy casual things because I enjoy certain casual things as well. I have a problem if something I love becomes casualized just so that it becomes, like, appealing to a large variety of people. It's like, you know, like, the argument people make is like, oh, don't you want the thing you love to be enjoyed by as many people as possible? And yeah, that makes sense, you know. If I love Star Wars, I obviously want other people to love Star Wars, but not every person in the world is gonna love Star Wars, because not everyone is fucking interested in Star Wars. And I don't want Star Wars to become appealing to everyone, because then it stops being Star Wars. You know, it's like, it's not that hard logic to understand, I think, but some people really get like stupid. Like not everyone loves Star Wars because it's sci-fi, right? It's like outer space crap, fake aliens and shit. Not everyone is into that. So why would you want to turn Star Wars into something that is like super appealing to everyone? You want to try and make Star Wars appealing to someone who doesn't like aliens and outer space shit? Good luck. Right? Makes no fucking sense. Yeah, I mean, most games that have love put into them are designed for a specific set of people. But there are companies who churn out, you know, products to make them as appealing for as many people as possible. God, these fucking things wreck me. I hate these guys. Fucking annoying shield. And they damage my weapons so much. Ow. God, this is not good. Again, like, let's say racing simulator, right? Not a lot of people like I mean, heck, not a lot of people like racing games, but even less people like racing simulators. Why is that? Well, because not everyone has a steering wheel. Not everyone wants to learn about car physics and how to tune a car to handle differently. Not everyone cares about sim racing. So why would you want to make, you know, a sim racing game appealing to everyone? The whole appeal is that it's a very niche thing. Like, it's, I mean, I'm going I'm looping. I'm going basically like a broken record now, repeating the same shit now, so... I think I've said what I've said, and I think you guys understand what I mean. You stopped playing Tarkov because he became shit. That's very sad to hear. I'm sorry to hear that. And you played Guitar Hero 3. Went to Expert. Had not touched a guitar in life. Never played before, but kept going. Yeah, like I started with Guitar Hero 3 as well. I started with easy, then went to medium, then to hard, and then some songs on Expert. Yeah, exactly. Subgenres, right? It's like, why do we love action movies with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Because we love seeing him shoot people and make explosions. But some people don't like violence. Oh no, let's make an action movie less violent to make it more appealing to the general crowd, because not everyone likes violence. I don't know, I'm just pulling shit out of my... It's just such ass-backwards logic, because then, you know, you're taking away what people came for. Like, I think the most simplest way to word everything is... people will always like and not like certain things. Right? Some people like cars, some people don't like cars. Some people like outer space, some people don't like it. Some people like strategy games, some people don't like strategy games. So in the end, it's impossible to make something appealing for everyone. It's just impossible, because there's always gonna be someone who doesn't like the thing. So you just have to accept that. And accept that there will be things that are just not for certain people. And the more you know, the more you try to make something appealing for as many people as possible, well, the more boring your frickin' thing becomes. That's pop music in a nutshell. Pop music, in my opinion, is most of the time super boring and shitty. God damn, I hate these enemies. It's fucking shield, and I can't melee them because they break my weapons. I also think that, you know, like when people use the terms accessibility, it gets mixed around a lot in the wrong way, used in the wrong way. Because in my opinion, accessibility means like in terms of disabilities, right? Colorblind slider, colorblind options, that's accessibility. Rewindable controls, that's accessibility. You know, having a mode that lets a player play the game with one hand, that's accessibility. Implementing an easy mode is not an accessibility option. That's just an easy mode. That's not the same as, like, you know, compensating for someone's disability. You know, like in terms of Dark Souls and stuff, it just comes more to appealability rather than accessibility. And you can't make anything appealing to everyone. That's simply impossible. Yeah, I should end the stream after this floor. It was fun to talk. I love these kind of in-depth conversations about, like, you know, logic and game design and stuff like that. One of my favorite topics to kind of rant about, and, you know, these kind of like in-depth rational things. And because I'm like talking so much, I've not been making much progress, but that's fine because I enjoy the talking. That's totally fine. But yeah, I've got some floors more to go. And I'll probably be grinding some levels off stream. But down the line, I definitely want to make a lot of weapon upgrades before I eventually tackle the final dungeon. Just gonna sell my stuff here. And then we're gonna be good to go. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, in a general sense, there's nothing wrong with an easy mode because it's an optional thing. But in you know, like in the the whole point of Dark Souls basically is, for it to be a pretty difficult game, that it forces you to engage with its game mechanics. I know if the developers are gonna add an easy mode to the next game, I'm not gonna become angry because it's their choice, it's their freedom. But it is like, sacrifices must then be made. And some games are made in a way where you can more easily make an easy mode compared to others. In a lot of games, you can tone down the AI, or you can make the player, like, the games are not in depth enough where it matters. The difficulty comes from how much damage you get and stuff. But in Dark Souls, the difficulty more so comes from you have to learn the attack animations, the attack patterns of the enemies. And you have to engage with proper mechanics, right? If you make, let's say you make the most like the most bare bones easy mode in Dark Souls. You just say, alright, easy mode, you take 50% less damage. Well, people who suck at the game are still gonna fucking get their ass kicked. It's not really gonna matter much. They're gonna still struggle. They're just gonna tank a lot more hits to the face. And that means they're gonna learn less, right? They're usually gonna just tank more hits to the face, learn less of the attack patterns, because the game doesn't force them as much. And then they get to a boss, and then they just get their ass kicked again, because it's, it doesn't really make a difference if they take less damage or not. If they want to take less damage, then farm souls and spec more points into health and defense. So you'd have to, like, make attack patterns a lot easier. Design the bosses easier, make like a stupider AI, and that is a lot of resources. That's a lot of resources spent. I accidentally put it into sleep mode instead of turning it off. I'll have to turn it on again. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? The main experience is gonna change because of it. Because, right? A game studio will have a certain budget and a certain amount of time that they can spend on making the game, right? Let's say they have 5 years and $5 million. Well, now, a part of that 5 years and $5 million has to go to redesigning, an easier AI and making easier attack patterns. No, that's just the fact. That's a portion of the time and resources will simply go towards making an easier mode in that case. So as a result, you're going to have a product that's going to be less than what it would have been originally. That's not true if you have a finite amount of time and money. There's gonna be time and money spent on it. That's just a fact. It doesn't work that way. Like, you have a finite amount. It's not a matter of disagreeing. That's just a fact. Yeah, but that's gonna cost more time and resources than you, which means it's gonna require a bigger budget. They can't just add that in for free. The people who do that need to get paid. All right, I mean, they could do that. It isn't. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but like, if you if I guess, so your point is like, add it in afterwards in a patch, even though a lot of people would probably prefer it to be at launch, but. If you want to add a post release easy mode, I mean, again, it's gonna definitely take a lot of time. You know, creating better, creating easier animations, creating an easier AI. And like, in my opinion, Dark Souls is too complicated of a game where you can like really just, like, you'd have to basically make the entire game twice because of how in depth it is. Again, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. Like, again, if they want to do it, hey, no problem. I'm not gonna cry about it. That's fine. But I definitely don't think, that I definitely don't think that it's correct when people claim that there's no argument to be made against an easy mode. Yeah, it's like, again, it is possible. Like you say, it would be a lot of changes they had to do. Right? So there's like, slower attacks from bosses, maybe taking less health, add less enemies in this area. But that all adds up. All right, that's a lot of time spent because now they have to attack, they have to, for every enemy, set it that their attacks have slower animations. Every area they have to place less enemies. But then they also have to take into account, because there's less enemies, they will get less XP, so they have to compensate and rebalance the whole XP gain. Like, there's there's a lot of like domino effects when it comes to game design. Like I said, like, sure, you want to make an area easy, remove some enemies, but now the player is going to get less XP there. So now they're going to be under leveled for later, right? So you want to compensate for that. How are you going to fix that? Like it basically comes down to, like, in some way you're making the whole game twice. In Serious Sam, it's in a lot of simpler games like Serious Sam, it's a lot easier in terms of, you just, there's less enemy and you get less damage because it's not a very complicated game. In Doom, Doom is just a lot simpler because um it only changes the enemy amounts. You cannot make a different kind of taste of a food product at lunch because you could. It is an argument one could make if they wanted that one food to be better. I'm not saying they're in the right in that case. I'm not saying that Dark Souls should or should not have an easy mode. But I will say that if they are implementing it, it's going to sacrifice resources. Yeah, but it is logical. I just don't necessarily think that that should be the case when it comes to a food thing. I mean, it could be. I don't really have a strong opinion on if someone makes food or not, but I do care more about the quality of the game. And again, I don't care much if Dark Souls would get an easy mode, but I do like accept uh what's the word? I see that it will take resources. Mm, no, but that's just you can say it's not really how that would work. Like, yeah, yes, they can say it was considered finished with the limited time and budget that they have. It would make more sense if they would add it post-release, right? Finish the game first, make money off it, and use the extra profits to then spend time and resources on adding an easy mode. That way, you would pretty much uh, not have a worse scenario. However, then I could potentially see the argument being made, well, they could also put that time and money to making more DLCs instead. There's always going to be a compromise. Any time and resources you spend on one thing is time and resources not spent on something else. um, well, again, if you want to make things more appealing to a bigger crowd, it means that it's gonna lose some things. Yeah, that is true. It is, not adding it, you will get less sales because there are a lot of people who don't buy Dark Souls because it doesn't have an easy mode. That is true. But that's fine because not every company cares about making the most amount of money. They just care about creating what they love. It's not about just making money for them. It's having a vision and then realizing that. That's why the devs probably don't care about adding an easy mode. Again, I'm not saying I would be angry if they added an easy mode. I would just shrug and say, okay, right? But, I would not be angry of it, but I do acknowledge the logic that uh, it would lessen the experience in some way. Yeah, I enjoy that. I understand that, I mean. Again, I'm not against easy modes in games. I'm just saying that specifically in the case of Dark Souls, I can see that it brings compromises. I'm just acknowledging that fact. Yeah, but it will suffer in some ways. Again, I'm not saying I'm necessarily against it, but like in the end, everything is a compromise. Like I just it's a complicated thing. Yeah, but maybe there are people who do love the shiny rocks. So then who's in the right? The person who does love the shiny rocks or you who doesn't care about shiny rocks? So then who's in the right in that case? All right. Like for example, let's say you have an in-depth leveling system, a complex leveling system, and there's a lot of people who like it. But obviously, if you would want more sales, you would simplify that level up system because it would attract more customers if the level up system would be more simple, correct? Because that would be like more appealing to mainstream, right? And I'm not trying to make. I'm just trying to like see if you understand this. Like I'm not trying to argue something right now. Just like a specific theory. Okay, yeah, right. Okay, right. So that's what I wanted to know. So you understand that, yeah. If if they would change the game in a way to become less complex, so you acknowledge that fact that that would affect it. Okay, so I'm glad that you do see that. So your argument is that just, adding a difficulty would not change anything. I can okay. Well, like on a core technical level, it probably wouldn't. Right. I mean, I agree with that. I am also against adding an easy mode if the main experience is negatively impacted. I think, yeah, so what we disagree on is whether or not it affects the main experience. Yeah, right. I mean, for me, the experience affected is very small. Like, it's like, I think it doesn't change much about the game experience for me. My argument, yeah, was more like that the game could have been something else if they had put the resources in something else. Yeah. But then, like, one very big important thing about Dark Souls is that the community is extremely social in terms of talking about the game and how to beat it, right? Because Dark Souls is hard and it's famous for being so, it gets people talking about it, right? Everyone who's playing the game is gonna end up talking because they will struggle with a certain section, and that's what gets them to talk with other people, right? Like, for example, if you beat a boss, no problem in the game. Hold on, let me read up on what you're saying. Mm. Yeah, yeah, you could do like a lot of before things beforehand. Like again, I'm not saying it's impossible to add a Dark Souls easy mode. That's definitely not what I'm saying. It's definitely possible. You could do it, like you said, making slower animations and changing anything. You just have to put a little bit more effort into it. Absolutely. Um, but yeah, like basically, like I was talking about, like that. Well, not I don't really care about the image. Like in my opinion, I really do not give any shits about the image of Dark Souls that it would get changed if it would get a easy mode. I really do not care about that. Um, I think more about the experience of socializing. No, no, no. It's I'm talking about the social aspect, not about the image. That's an entirely different thing. I literally do not care about the image. Talking about the social experience. So a person is playing Dark Souls on easy mode and they beat a boss no problem. They beat the game no problem, and then they put it down, right? Whereas if they struggle with the boss, they're gonna look up help and start communicating with other people who also play the game, and that builds an active community who keep talking about the game. That community as a whole would probably become a bit smaller in size if an easy mode was added, because not as many people would be forced to engage with other people. No, that's not true. A lot of people would buy the game just because it has an easy mode. There are people who would get forced to socialize. Just like I get forced to look up like things on the wiki and stuff like that, and talk to friends. If Dark Souls was an easy game, or if I had played it on easy mode, I would have probably not really looked up on the wiki for like things and help and visited forum posts or Reddit posts about Dark Souls. Well, not just reading, but also talking to people about it. I mean, I think it's a fair point to be made that, like, maybe from the outside it's not as clear considering you haven't played any of the games, but I've played 3 of the Souls games, and I'm really like seeing like the whole experience is more than just playing a video game. It's like the whole like social aspect of it is a big thing. I'm not even trying to like I'm not even trying to like convince you with an argument or anything. It's just that I'm trying to like show different points of view, right? I understand that you have that other opinion. No, no, no. I'm not saying that because you haven't played them that it invalidates you. I'm just saying that maybe, I can understand that you might have a different point of view because you haven't played them. Not saying it invalidates anything. That's not what I'm saying. Just it gives you a different point of view. Yeah, yeah. You play games. But we're hardcore gamers, Natulis. No one is as cool as us. Like, we're not casual plebs. Like, see, that's not. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to make the argument that Dark Souls is unique because it has a community. But and don't forget, you're listing live services now and comparing it to a single player game, which is a big difference as well. For a single player game, right? Where I mean, it has multiplayer as well, but for like Dark Souls, I'd say is like 80% single player, right? What it does is very impressive in terms of uh, getting people talking together about a single player game, being super engaged together, and sharing everyone's experiences. Like for a single player game, I think is very impressive. Because like Path of Exile, World of Tanks, those are all multiplayer games. Yeah, but not nearly as big. I'm sure there's some. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Five Nights at Freddy's, that's because it has like a very popular lore. It's see right. I see what you're trying to do, but Five Nights at Freddy's is it gets people talking for a whole different reason, right? The whole reason people talk about Dark Souls is because of it. Well, not the only reason, but one of the biggest reasons that people socialize about Dark Souls is because of its difficulty. Whereas Five Nights at Freddy's, it's about the whole lore and stuff. So that's I wouldn't even say that's remotely comparable. Like with Dark Souls, it's like one of the main reasons that people come out and talk about it is because they're having a hard time. But again, like, hey, if the next Dark Souls game would have an easy mode again, I'm like, all right, fine. I'm not gonna be one of those people who's like super angry, as long as my experience doesn't feel compromised. But I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be compromised. I think I don't really see what, in terms of like main game, if I would just have the same good experience. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I think that's interesting as well. I like going like on all these things in depth. It's interesting, you know. And again, like for single player games, there are a lot of games that have that special thing, you know, like you mentioned with Five Nights at Freddy's. There's the whole community that loves talking about all the lore, and yeah. But it's just a whole different sandwich. It's because like yeah. It is sandwich. Yeah, food. It all comes back to food in the end. And I do think like, any kind of discussion and stuff is always healthy. Just sucks that we're both very stubborn sometimes. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Just talking and discussing things. And I also like discussing because not just because I'm being stubborn and want to share my opinion, but I'm also definitely curious to seeing things from different point of views. I'm very like double-sided in a lot of things. Uh, in a lot of cases, I like kind of agree with two different parties, and I just find it hard to come with a perfect solution. My mind kind of breaks at that point. Just like, yeah. And in another similar way, like for example with World of Tanks Steel Hunter, now they're adding respawning. If you die in the first few minutes because you're a pleb, you're gonna respawn. Now I don't know if that's gonna replace the OG Steel Hunter, or it's just gonna like be as a side thing. But if it would replace the OG Steel Hunter, then that is kind of annoying in my opinion, because I feel like, you know, you should get punished for dying early in Battle Royale and not just get like a safe pass of like, well, you suck, but because you suck, you get to respawn. And it gives advantages for people that play bad. Yeah, exactly. That's I think also my like I think I think I think that it comes all out of some anxiety as well, because like, I think you're probably right for a large part that an easy mode in Dark Souls would probably not really affect the main experience. But it's like, a slippery slope. It's like very anxiety inducing, like, oh, like they've added an easy mode. What's next? Are they gonna like simplify all the game mechanics, like the level up system, the weapon system? Is that now also gonna be simplified? Like, once you take one step into that direction of appealing to a more casual or more mainstream audience, then that can quickly, you know, be the next step into simplifying things and making it more boring, where it does start having effect. And I think that's also a reason why people are so hesitant about it, because they're afraid of that. So yeah, like again, like I would personally just shrug if Dark Souls would get an easy mode. I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna play it on hard. No big deal, right? But I can definitely see that other people, they will like, they'll start sweating and be like, oh no, like, maybe now the leveling system is gonna be like super simple, and everyone's gonna get a cookie, and like, yeah, goes from one to the next maybe very quickly. I'm gonna eat a salad with olives in it, and I wish you a good night, Natulus. Thank you for having a nice, healthy discussion. I appreciate you, and I'm gonna enjoy the olives. I'll see you soon, man. I hope you have a good night, and I don't know if you're gonna do anything with King's Day. I'm not gonna, but yeah, I wish you a wonderful night. Uvu. Take care, man. Hope to see you soon. And I'll have to start playing Tech Tree Tanks soon, because I only have the D67 and SU100Y left on tier 6. Yay for Tech Tree Tanks. Have a good one. Bye bye. Uvu. Olives.